Hello, and welcome back to Let Supreme Go Thief. We are going to continue Godbreaker, Mission 2, Impious Pilgrimage. So we will load up our save from the end of Slipping Away, and watch the briefing for this great mission. So, enjoy.
Scrounging around the dusty libraries and attics of eccentric collectors has made me a bit of a collector myself. A map here, a scrap of parchment there. All are loose threads in the grand tapestry of the world's hidden treasures, and I've been collecting them for years. After thumbing through possible targets, I've settled on one that should keep me well away from the city and denizens' clutches for a while. I'm going after the Godbreaker, the sword that fell from heaven. The sword that belonged to the legendary knight, Sir Eldin. As the story goes, Eldin was a giant of a man, and it was he who first stood against the trickster and his minions before the arrival of the Hammerite Order. Under divine inspiration, at least as the Hammers would have it anyway, Sir Eldin founded an order of warriors known as the Knights of the Shining Sun. According to legend, the order was able to defeat the trickster, but Eldin fell in the process, and a great tomb was erected for him. His sword was laid in the tomb with him, and currently rests in eternal and, like as not, rusty repose. Apparently, Eldin's tomb was once a required pilgrimage for Hammerite novices, and the accounts I've found in the archives of the temple library put an approximate location of the tomb southwest of the city, between Cyric and Blackbrook. There are rough maps of the area, but they're outdated and unreliable. Some type of cataclysmic event occurred generations ago, which caused the ground to shake, and great steam-spewing fissures to open up from the roots of the mountains. If it hasn't sunk into the earth, Eldin's tomb now lies in the middle of the Lantern Marsh, a vast, festering bog. Even though the area has changed tremendously, there is still hope. One novice's journal mentions the small village of Nilbog that rests on the hill not far from the tomb where pilgrims would stay and rest and regain their strength for the journey home. It's not much to go on, but I'm still optimistic. An abandoned village should be much easier to find. If I can recover this sword, scholars and eccentrics will be falling all over each other to get their hands on it. This may be the final thread in the tapestry of retirement.
There we go. So, find the tomb of Sir Eldin, which is located somewhere in the deep or in the swamp, and make the sword yours. The swamp may not have much in the way of valuables, but scrounge what you can. Find 3,000 total loot. When you're done with everything, get back to where you started. So, this is where the campaign for me really gets going. Missions 2 and 4 are very, very good. I have finished Mission 2. I just finished Ghosting. No, sorry, Mission 4. I finished Ghosting Mission 4 actually yesterday as of recording this one. So I can compare them, and I still am not 100% sure which one of those two I like better. They're very different, but they're very high quality, both of them. This mission can be ghosted, it can be perfect thieved even. It cannot, however, be supreme ghosted, and we technically should skip one piece of loot for supreme. However, since perfect thief is possible, I am going to do that. In missions where Supreme is unattainable, but if Perfect Thief is an achievement, then I usually go for that unless it involves some vast number of Supreme busts. So we're going to do that today. But we only have to take one bust for Supreme, which is kind of unfortunate when that happens, but there's nothing we really can do about it. Now I have turned off the fog for this mission. Two main reasons for that. One, YouTube butchers compressions immensely when especially when you can't see things into the distance. When it already becomes blurry from a gameplay perspective, it enhances that further. Second reason is no fog will enable me to actually see further and to detect a couple of enemies that are quite tricky in this mission, new enemies that I'll explain as we go along. So that'll benefit me in not having to possibly bust when I can't spot it. So there we have it. So we are not going to buy anything. Notice that we don't have a rope arrow and there isn't one available in this mission. We are going to need a couple of water arrows, but we start with 3. So that should be fine. We also need some broadheads, and that we're gonna use pretty early. And we have 5 of those as well. We have a lantern. If you have a lantern in your inventory, you are allowed to turn on that lantern and use it in certain areas. We're not going to need to, but you are allowed to do that even for Supreme. So let's get going.
Time to stretch the legs a bit. That must be Nilbog. Yes, I'm on the right track. I should keep my head down. There are worse things than denizens thugs in the wild corners of the world.
Alright, so we start in the swampy Nilbog. This is the only map we have. There will be some arrows added to this as we go along, but those are not very helpful, I would say. Overall, the map is vague on purpose, but it's not too difficult. Once you run through the mission once, it's fairly easy to remember the pathways. The most difficult part are the caves. There are 3 sets of caves that can be quite similar and a little bit confusing. We start in Nilbog, and Blackbrook we can't get to, but that's, I guess, where we sort of came from. And we can go to the first set of caves from Nilbog. From here you go down to a different swamp with a hut and witch's hut and some thieves. Then you can move from there up to a second set of caves with a temple in it, but that can also access a village, a pagan village with, you can see a chapel. And then from the temple you can go to a third set of caves that will take you to Eldin's tomb here and another swampy area, actually 2 other swampy areas. So you're going to have to make that type of a trip. There are some, of course, decisions that forks in the road, but more or less the cave system is linear. If you want to get to Eldin's tomb, you have to go through all those locations there. Alright, let's save. I have gotten a few comments about my videos being too bright recently. Here's a snake, one of the new enemies. So I've turned down the brightness a little bit. Let me know what you think on your end. For me, it's maybe a tad too dark, but I'm sitting in a fairly lit room here, so windows with no drapes. So anyway, yeah, so there are quite a few new enemies. 4 new ones, at least compared to the original missions. One is the snake. The snake is the easiest one to deal with because you can hear their alerts. And you can see them move if they alert. They will attack you and alert like a normal enemy, so that's not a problem. The other enemies are a little bit different. This is a bug swarm, which obviously we have in the original missions, but they weren't moving around. Those will hurt you, which obviously is a bust, and if they start deviating from their path and moving towards you, I take that also as a bust. They will not first alert in the normal sense, I think. The third enemy is over here. This is a pitcher plant, And all the pitcher plants have gas arrows in them. And although you might think that these are AI, they're not. They don't alert to you. They don't detect you. They don't, make any noise. They actually function like traps. They have a gas trap embedded in them, hence the gas arrow. If you set that trap off, then you will take quite a bit of damage, and you will not be able to take the gas arrow afterwards, which indicates, of course, then that it's been used. However, you can shoot these pitcher plants in order to retrieve the gas arrow and therefore disable the plant itself. That does not show up in the stats as any damage or kills, and I would actually say that that is okay for Ghost, even for Supreme, although some of you might think it's not in the, it's against the mode's original spirit maybe. But I would see this as the same as disabling a trap, which you are allowed to do for Supreme, even if it can't be enabled afterwards. If it can be enabled, you should, but in this case that's not possible. The only problem is that this is a living individual, a creature, or a plant at least. That sort of gets destroyed. So some of you might think that that would be property damage. Let me show you. Typically it takes 3. Or sometimes 2. It makes a little bit of noise that other enemies can hear. So now it's just on the ground. You can take the gas arrow. There's also a water arrow behind this one. But I would say this is okay. This is not property damage. And for those of you that claim that, we have defined property in the rules, within the last few years. And it's defined as something that is fabricated by humans or other intelligent creatures. Examples would be boards, glass, doors, and machines. We have specified that natural objects like foliage, boulders, icicles, cobwebs, those are not considered property and would therefore not bust the Ghost. And that would obviously extend to Supreme as well. So I would say it's okay if you need to, and there is a case where we actually do need to destroy one of these. So I'll explain it when I get there. Watch out for the snake here. Not 100% sure on their first alerts, but just want to go slow through the water regardless. Little cave here. Some human remains and a pickable chest. There, a vase. 45. Up on this rock there is a purse worth 10. Let's wait for it to pass again. See a ratman in the distance. Around this way there's another cave with a crystal shard, some more remains. That might have been an alert, I'm not sure. Just went this way, I think. So now we get to the ruins, the buildings. Here is the pitcher plant that we have to destroy, or disable, if you will. I wouldn't say you destroy or kill it, because I assume it has roots and can keep growing later. A pitcher plant, after all, is just a modified leaf of the plant. But here is a doorway, and you cannot get in there and get the loot in there without disabling this trap. So this one needs 3. Oh, 4? No, we do not need to spend 5 broadheads. That is kind of ridiculous. They can alert to it sort of falling, but it didn't now. Neither did this snake. Okay, so here's a gas arrow if you want to pick that up. Here's an empty box, but there is a piece of loot in here. Small statue, total 115. Okay. Move on. Here is a basement with a spider. Move on here. Just a ruin. With a statue, total 125. Here is stationary, 2 stationary ratmen. Sneak in without getting spotted there. And here is a gold plate. And then in the basement is then the spider. And in this footlocker there are 6 broadhead arrows. Good for that. We need to get up on the wall of this ruin. Oh, I don't like that clang. You can get settling remarks from a few patrollers here that are those. We might be okay there, but oh, there we go. So here we actually come into the attic of the building where we destroyed the pitcher plant. Another statue and a necklace. So that is our first secret, and 475 total. There's also a wisp around here that can be a little dangerous. Let's see. Gonna head out here again. There should be a patrolling ratman around here. I don't see him right now, which is a little bit worrisome. If we didn't get stuck. Let's see. There he is. Good. Let's head in here. Some sleeping individuals here. In the fireplace is a very well hidden ring. 575. Basement, 2 sleeping ratmen. There's a fire arrow in the fireplace, but there is a gold candlestick here. check something real quick. Okay, I did take this one. I'm just off a little bit on my loot already, but that's okay. So we are going to up here. There's a pair of dice here, worth 50 total, 650. That's our second secret already. Let's see. Go in here, the ruin, northwest area. Up here, have pickable footlocker with more loot. There. And then there is a book in this crate here. The Forging of Sir Eldin's Armor. I took that without taking the crate off, because if you do, you actually... I don't think you can grab the... Well, let me actually try if I can. Did I take it? Yeah, I took it now. Good. But if you take this crate off, I have had a hard time actually taking that book without taking the other two books out first. And these are just junk items. So those you can't place back in the crate. So in order to leave this as intact as possible, I decided just not to even open it. But we need this book. There are 3 books that we can actually get loot for if we sell it to a Hammerite priest. We'll meet later. The Forging of Sir Eldin's Armor. Let's read it. My dear and gracious Adamar, I was most appreciative of your last letter and gift. As I write this, already the leaves are beginning to change, and the winds have taken up on a fell chill an annual preparation for their dark deeds in the surrounding hills. The cloak shall be most useful in keeping the frost at bay, till all is reborn in the flower of spring. Your inquiry as to the making of Eldin's armor is well received, and I'm pleased to inform you that yes, I did indeed collect information on this event as well. As before, I have compiled the accounts to form a consistent narrative, and this time we are even luckier than before. Sir Boros, who became Sir Eldin's armorer during the height of the Years of the Sun, actually wrote a treatise on smithing that included Eldin's story from his own mouth. The Forging of Sir Eldin's Armor. In the dark and distant days, when the trickster's legions freely roamed the land, man was compelled to keep hidden in caves and forests, scratching out a bleak existence where he could amongst the bare rock and mossy oaks. Now, Eldin was a giant of a man, over 5 cubits tall. He towered over all others, and it was said that the strength of his arm could match that of several fighting men. In those days, Eldin had built up a large group of men who followed him because of his great strength, and had etched out a village where he worked as a toolmaker and capable defender of the people. Over 7.5 units tall. Probably no more than a dozen families, which was rather impressive for the time due to the need for men to remain hidden from the trickster. Miraculously, the village prospered, and no wandering band of vile creatures could stand against Eldin's great strength. The village stood strong for a year, years and half a year. One day, a few of the beasts managed to escape with their lives and journey to their master, the trickster. They told the Woodsea king of Eldin's strength that the men had managed to bring order into this land of chaos and confusion. This the trickster, who was the lord of chaos, could not abide. Were about 3.5 years. The tricksters' legions had no formal ranks or army at this point, and were never given direct orders other than to have free reign over the land and to take and kill as they saw fit. Whether it be each other or man made no difference. So these are sort of footnotes for the references here. The trickster gathered a large group of fighting beasts and sent them out from his ziggurat to destroy Eldin's village. Altogether they numbered several hundred. At first the strength of Eldin and his men overwhelmed the creatures easily, but soon their numbers began to weigh on them, and many of the men fell under the pressure. Eldin himself was wounded by tooth and claw, and they had no choice but to flee the battle. The villages were scattered and their homes destroyed. Many of their women and children, including Eldin's own son, were torn apart. Though they suffered great numbers of dead, the tricksters' legions drove out the men and made the village their own garrison from which to carry out further raids against Eldin and the people. Beaten, bruised, and overcome with grief at the loss of his family, Eldin cried out to the Builder for justice. One night, as Eldin was sleeping, he was visited by a djinn in a dream. So, I guess this is the footnote then. The meaning of this word is unclear, but it appears to be some sort of fire spirit, very likely the same angelic being that would visit Eldin again later. The djinn caused Eldin to be attacked by a multitude of creatures. He killed one after another, but took tooth and claw in equal measure until his strength failed. As he fell, he looked to the djinn, standing on a hilltop against the sun. Beside him stood a man whose very flesh seemed to shine as bright as the sun. The djinn reached out and touched the shining man, igniting it in the flame of 1,000 suns. By this, conquer. Eldin awoke and took his men of the dream, unclear what to make of it. He had this same dream night after night, the trickster's creatures nipping at their heels all the while. On the 7th night, Eldin had the same dream, but this time he stood on the hilltop beside the djinn, watching his double be torn apart by the creatures. The djinn touched him, and he felt a fierce wrath come over his whole body. By this, conquer. Eldin beheld that his skin was covered in thick metal plates and awoke. That night a forge was made, and Eldin the toolmaker began work on what would be the first version of his armor. The ringing of the hammer day after day, night after night, drew a great multitude of creatures to the cave in which they were hiding. Eldin's men were able to hold off the creatures while he worked, but more and more began to appear each day, and their strength began to fade. Just as it seemed as though the men would be overwhelmed, a giant of a man with silver flesh emerged from the cave and waded in among the creatures. They fell upon him unafraid, laying into him with tooth and claw. But against metal flesh, teeth broke and claws scraped harmlessly, while the man answered them blow for blow. Metal feet and hands crushing teeth and bone alike. The man was untouchable, and the legion's fell weapons could not penetrate his hardened flesh. Eldin's weary men marveled at as all but a few of the creatures were destroyed. The remaining few escaped, and for the first time in a long time, the legions of the trickster felt fear. The metal man, now red with blood and covered in fur, turned and removed his helm. It was Eldin, and his new armor had saved them all. Okay. Let's see. So now we are going to...
What's that?
Not do that. Oh, the wisp sort of got destroyed here? So we have to be able to get out of here without...
What's that?
He can see us because of the wisp being stuck in the actual... Are we not able to get out of here now without a first alert? I'm not going to be able to...
Sees that?
Yeah. try a little bit here. If not, I'm gonna just reload and skip that part of the recording. Because this is just dumb.
Who's in there?
I think the... Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna reload to the beginning and redo this. I replayed it, and yeah, no wisp now, so we should be able to get out of here. Notice that this is a way into this building. We can't go in through that door because we'll get spotted. But we can circle around this way. Let's do that to hit this building next. Here. And in here there is a patrolling ratman. He has a key that we need. This is a prison. Let's wait for him to come. I'm not sure where he is. He goes downstairs and then comes up and stops here for a little bit. There. So this is a cell key. Now this is a weird key because it drops. I just dropped it, but it doesn't actually land anywhere. And when you keep walking, you keep bumping into it, and everybody hears that. See, that just keeps happening. So there's something wrong with the properties of that key. So it's not possible to be dropped like normal. So we're going to hang on to that key as if it wasn't droppable. Not sure what's going on there. Now there is one of the ratmen that actually can alert to that spider in the basement when he walks by. It's strange, but he can. And that happens if you hear some kind of weird first alert, that's what it is. Okay, there is a bottle back here. Now we're inside of where stationary ones are. And there is also a statue back here. And up here before he comes back. 720. This room here, there's a fruit and healing fruit in this locker. And in here there's a bug swarm that is dangerous, but there's 3 coins that we need to take. 2. 3. There. Can't take it without getting hurt. Alright, then we're going to head down to the prison, and there's a few things to explain down there. Let's wait out here. Drop. Down here, nothing in this room. Use the cells key to get this purse. 775. Okay. These 2 cells are empty. They're pickable, all of these, but obviously we need to relock it. Here are 2 more cells, one with a crayman and one with a pagan. This introduces a scenario for us that is a little bit strange. The crayman is hostile. Now, we can unlock his door, and I'll explain a little bit later. But most importantly, if we move in front of this...
Psst, sneaky one, over here.
Then he initiates a conversation with us, and we can do that again.
City head man fool, long ways from home. Smells like Oil and smokesies. Rats find you soon. Lost, yes? Need safe place from the creepsies, yes? Maybe we help each other.
I'm listening.
There is a village. Glimmer Grove. Maybe you knows. They fill you with arrows if they see you. But if Grimroot names you friend, they leave you bees.
Alright, so this is Grimroot, and he is from a place called Glimmer Grove that he just mentioned, and he gave us a new objective. Free this prisoner, and the pagans in this village of Glimmer Grove will be grateful. This is optional. Sorry if you guys can hear the air conditioner running in the room, it just turned on. Hopefully that's not too loud. So even if it's an optional objective, you have to do it for Supreme. Now, of course, we can control whether this triggers or not, because we can just not approach him. However, this objective here is accomplished by us unlocking this door. It will be completed once we leave the prison, because then he will disappear from the cell, sort of indicating that he has left, and he will actually teleport to a different location in the map. The problem is that we need to relock this door, and when we do, this crayman will first alert. So that's a Supreme bust. So that's why it would be in our best interest not to even trigger this objective. However, if we don't trigger it, all the individuals in the pagan village will be hostile, including a priest that we need to see, or we need to visit his chapel to get a holy water vial from his basement. And I'll show you all this later. And if we don't befriend them, we're going to have to pick the lock on a floor hatch down to the basement right next to him, and he will first alert from that. So whether we trigger this objective or not, we are going to get a first alert here. And so it will be in our best interest to just take the one first alert and then complete this objective. It'll be a lot easier to go through the pagan village, and we actually get access to quite a few more loot, or more loot items, and a few more objectives. So it's highly, highly desirable to do this. If it was possible to do and complete and get the same amount of loot and avoid the busts, of course I would do that. But that's not the case, because we have to close this door here. Also, inside this cage is a gold nugget. Now, unlocking this cell is not going to trigger a first alert, but it will trigger this crayman to escape. And when he escapes, he will most likely run into the ratman and their enemies, and they will start fighting. There is a chance he might avoid the ratman, but then he will end up fighting the two ratmen outside the prison. So regardless, he is going to start some fighting here. And that is not allowed for us to do. In the Ghost Rules 5B, it says Garrett must not cause enemy infighting, where AI start attacking each other, or make another AI run away from other AI. The only exception to that is if it's explicitly said in an objective to do this. So if we are to get this piece of loot, then we have to do something to prevent them from fighting, but we have to still unlock the door. And there's no way to unlock the door and stop him from leaving right away. He will head out the door. So what we can do here is we can actually get a couple of crates that we can put on the floor and stop him from being able to leave the doorway. And then we can leave, or go in and get the loot and leave without him spotting us. He will also not see the ratman outside the doorway there. He's in the dark, so they won't see each other. And that will also, hopefully, I think so, that will avoid him hearing us relocking this door. So it will, I think, prevent that first alert. Now that doesn't really matter, because blocking someone with crates is an engine exploit. And that is allowed for Ghost as a last resort. So that and that is the last resort. There's no other way that I've seen or found to get this piece of loot without busting Ghost. But it's not allowed for Supreme. Engine exploits are not allowed. So I'm going to do that though, because I want to get all the loot. I want to achieve Perfect Thief, and I want to show you that method. But we are going to take our, hopefully, only Supreme Bust in doing that. And that will also, I think at least, avoid the first alert.
Give me your mappings. There. Now you bees finding it. I be sneaks out soon. Meets me at the village, Sneaksy one.
Okay. So now our map has been updated. Really all that's happened is it's showing an arrow now from the caves and up to the pagan village, which is this. Maybe also this arrow was added, I think so. So it shows that we need to get to these caves in order to reach the pagan village. So that doesn't complete the objective though. So let me show you now what happens if we lock this. That is a first alert, so that's the Supreme Bust that we want to avoid here. So he sees that too. I don't want to take that first alert. So we can do the mission without taking any first alerts, which is nice. But we do get an engine exploit in blocking this guy's escape. But since engine exploits for regular Ghost are listed as a last resort option, I feel that that would be the most desirable for Supreme as well. Since it's sort of our last resort option here. Then we get the objective completed. And when we go down again now, he'll be gone. But we'll come back there to place the boxes. Let's now head down here. Here's a statue. Back here. There's a blue crystal shard, 805. And then there is a gold nugget next to this guy as well. There. 905. Up here there is there's a tree beast there. Tree beasts in this mission, they give first alerts, but I don't think that they actually attack you. Have that happen at least. I thought there was a piece of loot in here. Yes, there is. Silver nugget there, and then on the outside there's also a statue, 970. Test this guy out. I think they just change. They don't actually attack. Oh, they do. Okay. Maybe it was a different one that I tested that didn't do that. Not sure why, but... Why did he... That's not a first alert, is it? I mean, I just leaned over here and took the loot. What? Why did that happen? Excuse me? Well, I didn't do this. Oh no. It was a... Was it really a bug beast? That killed? Yeah. I have never seen this before, ever. It was one of the bug beasts that got in contact with one of the ratmen. I didn't even know that those were enemies. That is so strange. Have any of you guys seen that before? That's what he hears. He hears one of the ratmen get attacked by a bug beast. Well, I'm happy that that's what was causing it and it wasn't me that caused it. I've never seen that before. Okay, well that might actually make this area a little bit easier because we're done here. We're gonna come back a little bit later. Okay. Well, I mean... So somebody's being followed here by the bug beast. I want to see if maybe the guy in the prison. Well, those two ratmen got killed now. Oh, we didn't get affected. Okay. Well, then that doesn't really affect us too much. It'll just be a lot easier for us to go in and out here because we don't have to worry about this guy by the... Okay, he saw me. Okay, we got to be careful with this guy now. I want him to settle down. I'm going to wait a little bit here. This is... oh, now he fell down. I don't want him to fall down. I want him to go back to where he's supposed to be. And just forget about that this ever happened. So I guess then the... Yeah, there we go, good. The bug beasts can accidentally end up... Because I know that the patrolling ratman, which is the one that got attacked, he has given some strange remarks in the past for me. I know that he has seen the spider in the basement, like I mentioned, and I guess then he can also alert to the bug beasts. And then when they touch him, he'll end up dying. There's no way that he can kill them. And then the other ratman got alerted as well. Okay. Now, here we have an entrance to a cave. There's a Similar entrance. Back here, but it's more protected by this pitcher plant. There's a gas arrow in that, for example, by the way, as well. Okay, so he will see us here. I hope he doesn't hear me slashing this, because I'm going to have to do this. Or hear us. Oh, he's over there. He is unalerted. Good. We're gonna head in here now. That was this is new territory for me. Okay. Well, we'll take it. We'll take it. Just gotta be aware of that. That tree beast from now on, not bug beast. Tree beast. Okay. Let's make a save there. So this is our first cave system. We're gonna head left first. Here is a burrick. There is one patrolling and one stationary burrick in this system of the caves. This is just back out to where that pitcher plant was. This way. Down here is another pitcher plant with a gas arrow, and there's 3 water arrows also in the water there. These plants, they only trigger by proximity, by the way. They don't see you from a distance, so you don't have to worry about that. Oh. He saw me there. Okay, I'm gonna follow him here. And then in this cave, we go left, actually. We should be able to. If we go slow there, we should be able to go around the burrick. Can I go to the right here? Don't think I can. So let's go to the left. Actually go behind the burrick. And there is a ring over here that we can take. 1095. I don't think you can go the other way and just cut the corner there. Maybe you can. I haven't tested that too much. Maybe that can be an unofficial ghost challenge. I do have a ghost challenge in this mission. It's coming up. I think we maybe just can do that. Good. Alright, then we gotta head back. loops all the way around here, really. There. Then we can continue on. This way. Now we get to another new enemy. Or, we have seen these in Thief before. But now they're actually in the form of a trap, or an enemy. These are eye plants. And these work like a camera. If they see you, they will point straight in your direction, and that is a bust. They won't hear anything. As long as they are pivoting, and they will shoot gas traps as well at you. Disabling those, I would say, is killing something, but you don't need to do that at any point in time, so I won't use any equipment on that. Okay. So now we come to the southwestern part of the swamp. And here we have some thieves that have taken over a cabin down there. There is what looks like a patrolling crayman. There's also a stationary snake right there, and he needs to remain stationary. Otherwise we've been spotted. So we're gonna head this way first. Sees that. I might be able to walk around this light. There, because I want to head over to the witch's hut first. There's another bug swarm. Don't think the bug swarms can see you. I think it's just detection by proximity. Okay. So there's nobody home. But there is a fire arrow here. This chest is a healing potion. And there is an empty jar that we are going to need. There's a spice bag on top of the rafter. Down here there's a carrot. And there is a poetry book. He who walks between the worlds, whose shape is all shapes, whose face is all faces. Once I've glimpsed you, twice I've heard you, thrice I've felt your presence in the night, when all is black and hidden from sight. Like a half-remembered dream, terrible and beautiful, I am yours. Okay. Here is also a pickable footlocker with a mask. And here's a crystal ball. And that actually sees into a location in Mission 4. And you can see in Mission 4 back into this location. What's in here? Oof. Okay, that's all we needed, the loot, and we needed the empty jar. Yep. Okay, then we come back to the swamp here. So we're gonna first head down into the water because there's actually a pickable chest in there. Stack of silver coins. There's also the body of a pagan here, whom I assume is the original owner of this hut or cabin. There's one patrolling lantern thief and one thief that has 2 spots inside the cabin. Or no, one inside, one on the balcony. So we're gonna have to go inside that cabin and get some things there. Okay, he's inside now. He needs to be outside. Otherwise he hears the door.
Something moved there?
That was unfortunate. It's best, he has a couple of positions. He's stationed on this walkway, down where you saw him first, behind that hut or shed, and then I think a little bit over in the pumpkin patch.
Mold everywhere down here. Who's noising about? Oh, guys, I gotta get home. The dinner is waiting. Don't have any.
Flint and steel we're gonna get, and this key, a rogue's key. Okay, I think that he will see us that way. So we're not gonna do that. Here, that's a safe place.
Builder, bless me.
So flint and steel, and rogue's key. Take his key, and we can read this as well. A list of bugs. 2 dragonflies, 2 butterflies, 1 hawk moth. Okay. Should have saved before taking it.
Someone behind.
Alright, we're gonna have to wait. Next cycle. So that's a list of bugs that you need to collect in the empty jar to find a pretty special secret, actually. We're gonna have to return the flint and steel and the rogue's key.
Did that shadow?
And then he comes back. Oh. I don't think you can fit out the single shutter or the side window, so it has to be the front door. There. He has a purse too that we have to take. What is going on here? I don't know. I got stuck there. I could have done that quicker.
Huh? I got someone behind me.
Ooh. There, 1260. That's, I did not I did not take the purse, did I? I did not take this guy's purse now. My bad.
Who's there?
Yeah, I need to go back in then. What is going on there? That's annoying because I was inside there. Timed that so well, I have to do that all over again now.
Did that?
Yeah. That's horrible timing. That just messed it all up because I was perfect there. And if he could go back behind the shed, that would be perfect. Oh, of course he's not. Yeah, it's the worst possible timing. No.
I don't like this place at all.
I'm probably going to do some save spamming and make sure that he does not go back to that location. I want him to go back behind the shed, so he's out of sight. Yeah. There should be a randomness on okay, well.
Mold everywhere.
He should be able to turn now. And then he sees me through the window. Oh, yeah. No.
My overshoes, where did I... Wait, I'm starving, never eat breakfast.
Okay, good. Now he's back there at least. We got it now. And here is actually 6 cucumbers.
Okay, so I've got to get home. The dinner is waiting.
There. The crayman can't see you. We're going to see me from this distance, so we're fine. There is another cave in here, but I'm not going to go there just yet. That he probably saw, to be honest with you. Go back this way. Now, we have a dragonfly that we need to catch here, and he has a... I saw it earlier. We're gonna have to use the empty jar to get it. Not sure where it went. It should come pretty much right here. There it is. There. Now we got a jar with some bugs, so we have 1. The number then indicates how many bugs we have. I'll show you something here.
Well, that's unsettling.
So when we knocked him out, we can actually take a magical crayman mask. we noticed that this was actually a thief that was just wearing a mask that turned him into a crayman. And if we use it, we are actually a crayman. And this can enable us to not get spotted in the temple, which is infested by craymen. But of course we have to black just this guy out to do that, so that we're not going to do. Did we take that? Yes, jar with some bugs. Okay. Then we are going to move on here. We're done, basically done in this part of the swamp. And the exit for us into the second cave system is over here. There. Nobody heard that. Now here are 2 crates. And these are the 2 crates we're going to use for our little maneuver back in Nilbog. Snake is still here. So let's go back and do that. Let's grab both crates. You need 2 crates on top of each other to block most enemies. Not spiders, but any kind of bipeds. They need the height of 2 crates. 1 crate won't do it. Now we gotta make sure that we don't get spotted by this guy. Most cameras have blind spot right underneath. It's the same with these. There. So hope that we don't have any more mayhem going on back in Nilbog now. So make sure I don't get spotted by that tree beast here. So we're not going to be able to return these crates, which I guess would be another Supreme bust, but this isn't a move that I would make for Supreme. Because if we return them, then the crayman will keep walking. And end up fighting the ratmen. Oh my goodness gracious me. Are you kidding me here?
Fun for me now.
Okay, well, we might be able to sneak by him. I'm not sure. Oh. Okay, so that freed him. Good, good, good. Thank goodness. There, let's see. Let's wait over here by this guy. Okay. Time for a real save, and then let's see. So, you see the little split between the bricks right there? We want it basically to be on that line. That's what I found to be the best, most reliable. Now we want to be able to have it far enough away so he potentially doesn't hear the door close, but close enough to this doorway so that we can sneak by without him seeing us. I think that should be good, actually. Oh. Should we try that? I think that looks pretty good. So that was too close to the wall, so he just goes around. Okay, so then there he saw me. I think that was a pretty good placement, but that looks quite similar, actually, so let's redo that. do that one. Try that. That is strange, because last time this was pretty easy to do. Because obviously we can't have him squeeze between the crates and the wall. I think this is maybe a little bit too close to the wall. Or close to the doorway, maybe, I don't know. Okay. It looks pretty good. Let's wait for him to come back down and see if they spot each other. Nope, no spotting there. Looks good. Did not get a first alert. We locked both of them up. We took the loot, 1385. I think this should be pretty solid placement. Nice. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. Then we can finally be on our way out of here. Did he see me? Check on. No, so it's just a wake. It's a wake, so it's making idle noises, right? That's to be expected. Okay. Good, good, good. So now we have a little section of, not inactivity, but now it saw me. That we don't have to worry too much. So now we can head through these caves, and we're going to end up getting to Glimmer Grove now, where everybody is nice to us. So first we're going to head up here. And this will take us to another cave where there's a...
Oh.
That actually hurt. Oh. There. This way. There we have another brick. But this brick is fairly easy to navigate around. Just go up on the right side like this. There's another ring here. $14.60. There, and we can head down here. Here, another crayman. Now this is actually above the entrance to the temple. There's an ancient key here we're going to take. This is the entrance to the temple. We're not going to go in there now. But that's where it is. But we needed that ancient... We need the ancient key, and it's easier to just do it coming from the swamps. Rather than going back up there afterwards. There's one patrolling crayman. We don't have to worry about him here. So if we go back up there, we come back to the cave where we went up to get the ancient key. Here there's a fork in the road, right or left. Both actually go to the same place. Here's a cave. Here is a book, The Forging of Godbreaker. There's also a healing potion here. So this is the second out of 3 books that we can sell, but let's read it first. Many have endeavored to record the acts of Sir Eldin and his knights, but alas, many have relied upon hearsay from distant secondary sources, far removed from the man himself. Threads of reliable accounts persist if one puts in the effort, but I fear that continued reliance upon oral tradition may muddy the waters. I've been thorough in my investigations of the events from the beginning, my dear Adamor, and I can boast of several primary sources thought lost, and even one first-hand account. I've collected these and compiled them into a reliable narrative, and so I, Tertius, humble scribe of the builder, do now put quill to parchment and begin. The Forging of Godbreaker. One day while Sir Eldin was at the forge, a great star fell blazing from the heavens and crashed into the hillside nearby. Eldin retrieved the shining black stone, and his men marveled over it. What is the mystery of this black stone? Some asked. Though it was a fire, behold, it is as cold as ice. It is surely a piece of the night sky, for it is black like sackcloth, yet shimmers like the starry mantle, said others. That night Sir Eldin was visited by a fiery angelic being in a dream. With eyes like the noonday sun, the being revealed a great many things that had been lost to men eons ago. The next day Sir Eldin gathered his men and revealed what the angel had shown him. This is what the angel has shown me. The stone is a gift from the heavens. With it I will forge a weapon the likes of which has never touched this earth. We shall be free from the trickster at last. I will use it to cut through his armies. They should fall before me like wheat to a scythe. I will mount the oaken throne and tear the bramble crown from his head. I will throw him down to the earth and cleave him in two. Such a great cry arose that all within miles thought a battle must surely be taking place. Man and beast both cowered fearfully in their dwellings. Day and night Eldin worked at the forge, trying with all his might to bend the metal to his will. No matter how hot the forge was made, no matter how hard he struck it, the stone gave naught. He spent many nights in fitful sleep, awaiting the guidance of the angel, but it never came. In despair, he left his home and journeyed alone into the wilderness to seek the angel. After many days with no food or water, Eldin fell into the dust. Unable to travel further, he found relief and sustenance in the shade of a fig tree. That night he was visited by the fiery angel. He was shown a deep fissure in the earth, where melted stone bubbled and hissed great plumes of steam. This is the Earth Forge. It is the place of my kin, and is hotter than any fire of man. Use it to tame the stone and create your weapon. Eldin asked, "Where can I find this place?" Go home and gather your men. Bring them with the stone to the south. On the third day, look to the west. Follow the great column of smoke by day and the red fire by night. There you will behold a great chasm. Descend and drive out those that dwell there. The next day Eldin returned home and did as the angel bid. After 3 days of traveling with his men, Eldin did behold the column of smoke. They did follow it, and after 3 more days did they reach the great chasm the angel spoke of. Eldin traveled into the chasm alone. Great noises, quite fearsome, as if from many savage beasts, poured out of the earth, and the men beheld scaly, sharp-toothed creatures fleeing from the rift into the hills in small groups throughout the day. After all the creatures had gone, the sound of metal upon metal rang out loud and clear over the whole assembly, and men cheered joyfully in celebration and feasted upon the scorched flesh of some of the fallen creatures. Many wineskins were passed around, and the men made a great merriment, for Eldin had begun his work. For 3 days and 3 nights Eldin worked on the stone, stopping only for short moments to take food and drink with his men. On the morning of the 4th day, at dawn, Eldin emerged from the chasm and held aloft a magnificent sword of black shimmering metal. It was freezing to the touch, but seemed to burn like fire with Eldin's will. This is how Godbreaker, the sword that would one day defeat the vile trickster, was forged. So that we're going to need. Go back down to where we came from that way. And now we're going to come into, we're now headed north. So we're now on our way up to Glimmer Grove. There is an eye plant in the distance here that we want to be aware of. You see it there? It pivots now because we're too far away. Over here is a silver nugget. We want to make sure we can see it. We're not going to head into this part of the swamp yet. There. Here is another tree beast. Actually, here should be... there's also a pitcher plant with two gas arrows. One pitcher plant there and one over there in that corner. But there is a butterfly here. Yeah, it's right over there. We're going to get that now with our jar. It should head over this way. And over there is Grimroot. Getting massive slowdowns here, I'm sorry. Whew. Should be good now, I think. See if we can get that butterfly this time. Yeah, it's over there. I don't want to go any further this way because the tree beast will see me. There. there is a guard, and she is currently now hostile because we haven't been cleared to come in yet.
Waitsy here. Grimroot bees calling you when it bees safe. Sneaksy, Glimmer Grove names you friend. You bees welcome.
Okay. She doesn't alert to us, and nobody in Glimmer Grove will. This introduces my ghost challenge, because what I want you guys to do is, without befriending the pagans, so without releasing Grimroot, enter, through this grove here, up the path, and leave Glimmer Grove without taking any supreme busts. And this is the lady that you have to basically avoid the gaze of then. So enter and leave Glimmer Grove without busting supreme. That is possible, but can be a little tricky. Alright, let's head up here then. Let's see. Let's go. We have a couple of buildings, 4 buildings I think, but nobody is hostile. Okay, I'm getting massive slowdowns again. Okay. Let's go in and talk to this guy. So here you see, this is Embry. And this is the floor panel that you have to pick open if he's hostile. You can do that, but you will get a first alert from him. There's no way to avoid that.
Well met, brother. I beg you, pay no heed to the state of this house of the builder. 'Tis a work in progress. I suppose you're coming from the city? Or maybe Blackbrook by the look of you.
One of those. Tell me, what's a Hammerite doing out in the middle of this festering bog with a pack of unbelieving pagans? Surely your sermons would be more welcome elsewhere.
Ha! This is true, but the words of the builder are for all men, brother. It must be proclaimed even unto these far reaches. If not me, then who? Also, I just grow weary of seeing the decadence of city life rot away the souls of my brethren. They've abandoned charity and have forgone the virtues of grace and mercy. It's become a sad state indeed. But I digress. Why is it that you come here, brother? I would think your motives much different than mine own.
I am seeking the tomb of Sir Eldin. Various sources point to this area as a good place to start.
Ah, yes, the Knights of the Shining Sun. A goodly sort, though it wouldn't do well to mention them around this lot. I too have read that the tomb is hidden somewhere in the area. In fact, I meant to perhaps find it and bless it one day. Many years ago, one of my brethren sought the tomb. Old Brother Abel. He journeyed deep into these swamps and was never seen again. I've got a few old tomes on the knights in here somewhere. You're welcome to them if you think they'd help in your search.
I'll take all the help I can get.
As will I, dear brother. Sir Eldin's tomb was once an essential pilgrimage for our order, and the font it housed was renowned for the blessings it dispensed to faithful travelers. But alas, I fear it has fallen into disrepair after all these years. As I said before, I have long dreamt of blessing it and returning it to its former glory, but ill luck and the trickster's foul legions have prevented me from finding it. You seem a capable sort. If you can bless the reservoir from which the font flows, perhaps you can banish the shadow which has fallen over this land for a time. Here, take this. Oh, and if you come across the remains of our lost brother, please bring me a token of his fate. Abel was a pious man, and his rosary would not be far from his side.
That's a tall order, but I'll see what I can do. If you can make it worth my while.
I have little to offer beyond a blessing or rousing discussion of theological paradoxes, but you're most welcome to anything of use you can find in this chapel. Additionally, in your travels, if you come across any ancient writings on Eldin or the Order, either from pious or pagan pens, you can sell them to me. I have a little gold left over from the city, but it doesn't do me much good here.
It is not enough to read the precepts. Any fool canst open a
So,
book.
now we got
It is the
new
work of a
objective here.
lifetime to carry out the precepts.
take a look
and
at those
canst
in a
not be
second.
done with a single
So, return Abel's rosary to Brother Embry. That's now a new objective. He also did say that we could sell him any ancient tomes that pertain to Eldin. So that we are going to do now, because we have 2 of them already. There are 3 in total. So the Forging of Godbreaker.
Ah, you found one. The Forging of Godbreaker. From the collected letters of Tertius the Scribe, if I'm not mistaken. Good find, brother. Here's a bit of gold.
There, and we can also do Forging of Sir Eldin's armor.
Ah, an ancient book. The Forging of Sir Eldin's armor. We had a copy in the city library, but it went missing. Luckily, I had already copied it down, so the content wasn't lost. I can hardly wait to begin comparing textual variants. Here, have some gold.
Alright, so we got 125 from him. We can get more. You can actually, before he finishes the conversation, go down and get the blessed water. It's in the basement, but then you have to pick the lock on this. If you wait until he's done with his conversation, then this unlocks, so you don't have to pick it open. And it just gets teleported from the basement to his hand magically. But, of course, you're not supposed to know that. Okay. Down here we have a fire arrow, we have a whole healing potion, and we have 2 books that we can read. This one triggers a new objective. It's been quite some time since I rescued Hawthorne from the Dread Moth. I fear that is the only reason these people tolerate my presence. That and the Builder's fire should any fell creatures encroach. Fire is especially effective against most everything that lives here. Despite this, still no progress on any sort of conversation. Fortunately, I am a patient man. Repairs continue on this decaying house of the Builder. The moths are getting more bold of late. Twice last week I had to dodge small groups of them moving through the trees not far from here. Typically 1 or 2 of the earthbound females were accompanied by several winged male guards. Whether hunting or scouting, I know not. Hammerite expeditions typically carry explosives to open paths through stone. If I could only find the remains of Brother Abel, I could gather whatever they haven't used to build some type of bomb. Then there remains the difficult matter of slipping unnoticed into the hive and placing it in just the right spot to start a chain reaction to kill them all. Of course, I haven't the skill to carry out such a thing. Should the Builder grant me the strength, 'twould surely convince this lot of his superiority over the woodsy demon. I shall pray on it. So that triggers another objective then, and that's called Find the abandoned explosive device near the moth hive and use it to wipe out the hive. And it sounded like this explosive might be close to Abel's body, because they carried explosives. So I am triggering these 2 now on purpose. This objective you really don't have any choice if you befriend the pagans. But this one we do, but we can do that without busting any other under other rules. Because when you destroy the moth hive includes both the location, the hive where all of the eggs are found and whatnot, and also all the moths and bug beasts, which are a part of the hive itself. A hive consists of physical and living creatures. So this excuses that, and it is not like anyone alerts in when doing this. They all die instantaneously as you set off the explosives. So this is okay. Over here is another one. Oh, Burrick's in the parlor. That isn't a readable. This is, in my last letter, most excellent Adamar, I informed you of how Eldin first forged armor. I included footnotes with some explanation because you had expressed confusion in other letters, and I felt it prudent to avoid such in the future. I apologize if they seem patronizing in any way. I assure you that was not my intent. You'll be pleased to hear that the southern pass has now dried out since the thaw, and is once more being used as a means of trade. I intend to send you everything I've gathered thus far on the order. All packets with care, by horse and cart very soon. Thank you for the lovely brandy. It has kept me in good spirits these past nights. For now, allow me to tell you of how the order was first formed. Once again, this is a compilation of accounts from various sources, some more reliable than others. I've tried to clean the dusty lens of history by separating fact from fable, but this is hard to do with my scant primary sources. The founding of the Divine Order of the Knights of the Shining Sun. The trickster's forces were scattered to the four winds in fear of Eldin's iron-skinned army. None could stand against them. They seemed impervious to any weapon of the enemy, barring the twisted magics of the trickster himself. Though Eldin and his people feared little from the forces of chaos, other men throughout the land still lay in hiding, fearing the journey from their simple dwellings. Eldin contemplated this and called forth his closest advisors in council. There was Sir Marcus the Swift of the Riverlands, Sir Laird the Just from the hill country in the west, Sir Boyd the Wise of Eldin's own house, and Sir Fergus the Learned, Eldin's own scribe from the eastern mountains. After much talk, the idea arose of a divine order of knights who would do more than just defend their own, but would travel to and fro, throwing down the trickster's temples and slaying his creatures wherever found. As a sigil, the sun emblem was chosen because of how the sun's light reflected brightly upon their armor, just as they were meant to reflect the light of the Builder to all men. And thus the Order of the Knights of the Shining Sun arose. All throughout the land, man began to creep out of hiding, and many took up the cause, forging what meager armor they could. The trickster's forces were beaten back. The way of things was steadily becoming inversed. Now it was man who roamed to and fro, doing as they pleased, and it was the beasts of the trickster who crept in holes and dark forests, fearful of man and his iron fists. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. Head down here. Here we can take a little owl statue.
Think it's safe? Hard to tell.
Total 1685, so they don't seem to care that we're robbing them either here.
Don't think anyone's nearby. Should be okay.
If we go out here, it's actually a secret. Here's a little golden egg, or egg holder of some kind.
Always so tired now. Can't remember
1785.
when I had a good dark sleep.
And then we can go in here and talk to another guy.
Sneaksy, Hawthorne Bee's needing your help. It's my precious twig. We were out gathering fruit and she spies some good jackberry up in a tree. We were too far from homes, but Twig has always she loves to climb, and I was careful to watch for creepsies. I look away for a second and then Moth sees. Damn flying creepsy. Swoopsy down and takes my triggers away. I still be hearing her screams for Daddy through the trees. Forever I use it. Poor Twigsies. My lotus petal. Father couldn't help you.
I'm sorry, but I doubt she's still alive after.
No, this be's happening only a short times ago. The Mothsies be's keeping their catchings always fresh until feeding times. She bees alive, I knows it. There bees a nest through crags to the west. Hard to get to without wings, and lots of creepsies on the way. Hawthorne has no hopes of making it, but I be seeing the way you move through the shadows. A sneaksy like you might just be making it.
I'll try.
Oh, much thanking, Sneaksy. The Mothsy's bees afeard of fire, but Hawthorne bees having no builder magics. Maybe Embry knows. You goes now. Woodsy give you wings.
Woodsy gives you wings. Is that a play on Red Bull gives you wings? So now we got another optional objective. Rescue Twig, which is his daughter, I guess, from the giant moths whose hive is nearby. So that's in the same location, of course, as we are doing this one. So this is actually quite easy once the other one is finished. But you have to get her out before you use the explosive charge, otherwise she dies. Yeah. Let's see here. I don't think there is anything except for a sleeping guy in here. And this has 6 broadhead arrows. And here we have another place.
Welcome, friend. Greetings and salutations from Glimmer Grove. Word has reached my ears of Grimroot's rescue. For that you have my thanks. I am Cypress, shaman of Glimmer Grove.
Shaman? You don't talk like a pagan.
I am indeed shaman, but I was not raised in the bosom of the woodsy lord.
If I had to place you by your accent, I'd say you hailed from Blackbrook. A highborn lady, like as not. What's a noble from the courts of Blackbrook doing all the way out here?
You have a good ear, my illustrious rogue. I was indeed born in Blackbrook to a noble house. In my youth, I sought... Well, never mind all that. I'm here now. What no doubt pious undertaking brings you to our fair grove?
I am searching for an ancient relic. Its last known resting place was this swamp.
A relic of the ancient order of the Knights of the Shining Sun, I'm sure.
Yes.
I recall the legends, but I've seen no sign of Eldin or his knights. You could ask Brother Embry. He's up in the chapel. He can be rather insightful when he's not proselytizing. In any case, I wish you luck on your quest. Perhaps, while searching for this relic, you'd consider helping us again?
And what would you have me do?
Deep in the swamp, an ancient woodsy temple lies in ruin. You may have come across it already. My people seek to return to this temple and restore it to its former glory, but it's currently overrun with craymen. We've tried many times to take it back by force, but we've failed, and now we lack the numbers to make another attempt.
It would take a sizable group of well-armed and armored fighters to take that temple back. I don't think I can help you there.
I suspect there is another way. A way more suited to one with your skill.
Suspect?
Before it became a woodsy temple, it belonged to the ancient precursors as a sanctuary to worship the elements, specifically one of their fire gods. Ancient precursor lore speaks of wandering fire guardians that protected the place day and night.
Well, it sounds like those days are long gone since it's overrun with craze. Not to mention the considerably damp environment.
I found writings that had been passed down to the shaman before me. They talk of a great mouth that was cooled with a drink of water in order to keep away the fiery ones.
Poetic nonsense.
Perhaps, but I've pieced together a plan. According to the standard precursor temple layout, Somewhere in that temple lies a brazier that was used to summon fire elementals. If we can activate it, they should do our job for us and destroy all the crays.
But then you have the elementals to contend with.
A single splash of water will snuff an elemental. Not so with crays. The elementals are the stone, the crays are the scissors, and you're the parchment. After they're destroyed, you must find a way to deactivate the brazier. Then, return to me.
Oh, it's just that simple.
By all means, you're free to fight them instead. As long as the crays are destroyed, I don't care how it's done. Take it or leave it. If you try my idea, it should be fairly simple.
So you want me to sneak into an ancient temple that's completely overrun with crayman and figure out how to kill them all? Sounds easy enough. Please tell me why this is in my interest.
Money talks, but I'm afraid we don't have much in the way of gold. This swamp is full of fell creatures. Among them is the giant dread moth. Their wings emit a toxin which will weaken and kill their prey, but I've concocted a potion which will make you immune to their devices for a while. Help us, and it's yours.
Right then. I'll certainly consider it.
So that gives us even another objective, which is then to get rid of all the enemies in the ruined temple for the pagan shaman. This one we cannot do for any ghost mode, because you can either, as she said, summon fire elementals, which will fight in your behalf, but that is against Supreme rules, and it's not specifically stated in the objective to do that. You can instead not spawn them and just kill everything on your own. If you would be able to do that without alerting anybody, then that's okay, but you can't do that. There are tons of craymen in there, and blackjacking one of them even lets out a huge shriek that alerts everybody in the vicinity. There's no way to do that. You can maybe do a couple, but you cannot do all of them without alerting everybody. And there's also another room with other enemies that do not have craymen that are all next to each other, so killing one of them will detect you for the others. So an easy skip for us to not trigger this one, which makes it not necessary to do at all. And we can actually sneak through the whole temple without any further supreme busts. In this you have a healing potion, I think, and then there is a diary here. My blood boils today. I accompanied Kevel and Father to the temple to discuss our upcoming marriage ceremony. While they spoke to a priest, I walked the perimeter to admire the tapestries. I was surprised to notice a young woman in hammerite robes in one of the halls. It was my dearest wish as a girl to join the order and become a hammerite scholar, but my query letter was met with a reply that they did not accept women into their ranks. I followed this woman into a small study and asked her if she was a member. The woman turned to me, surprised and wide-eyed, but offered no reply. Batilda has taken her vow of silence. I turned to find one of the brothers standing behind me. I asked if they accepted women. The man bowed and nodded. Few women choose this humble calling, but we accept our sisters with open arms. I felt light-headed as my mind filled with questions, but I simply bid him thanks and returned to Father, whom I now suspected of misinforming me of my chosen calling. I approached him later in the study and confronted him with my charges. You were needed elsewhere. He refused to discuss the matter further. Naturally, he was referring to an advantageous marriage to Kevel, boosting his prestige in Blackbrook society. I can't help spitting on the walls of this place in disgust. I am leaving tonight. You skip a few pages. My journey has not gone as planned. I had set out at nightfall intending to travel to Sirik. I first attempted to take the route through the mountains, but found that early snows had made it impassable. Skirting around them to the northwest, I was forced to either risk capture on the main coastal road to the west, or turn south and take the less traveled pass through the Lantern Marsh. I chose the latter. I was passing through the remains of a village when I was attacked by a vile ratman. They took my horse and imprisoned me in one of the decaying houses. I could hear the poor animal's screams as they butchered her. They came for me at sunset, but just before I was set upon, a flash of green light illuminated the ruins, and the ratmen fled in fear. An An elderly man stood in the doorway, dressed in rags and holding a staff. He put his hand out to me. We are now in a place called Glimmer Grove. The elderly man is a pagan shaman called Bramble. He says that I might stay and learn his arts of healing and potion making. Without a horse, this may be my best option for now. Moons have passed since my last entry. I suppose one would consider me a pagan now. I serve their woodsy god and drink their peculiar plum wine, and do not find it altogether unpleasant. Bramble is declining in health, and now says he wishes for me to take over the duties of shaman when he passes on. I have learned much from him, but he now seems to want to spell all of his knowledge onto me before he becomes too weak. Recently he has talked of a strange being called the Face Changer, feared and respected by the pagans, and spoken to the method used to enter its realm, an offering of insects. I'll have to see if I can borrow a spare jar from Magnolia's hut, but I don't relish a crawl through the caves. So this is a very good hint to what you can use the insects for. There is a small cave that I didn't show you. Well, I showed you the entrance next to the hut that we were in, and that reminds me, I think I forgot to read a diary in that hut, so we'll go back there. I think I did. And you can go there and use the insects there, the offering of insects. So anyway, we're going to reload because we are not going to go in here and do and listen to this. Now what we do have to do is get the third bug here, so we need 2 more of those. I think that is everything. From this location. So now we're going to hit the temple, which is going to be tough. Temple is probably the toughest location in the mission. Oh, I got spotted there for sure. Spotted there as well. I gotta make sure that I get to the exit cave without getting seen. I got spotted there too. Just a second. There's another new enemy here, but I don't think that they see you actually. There. So now we can take the right entrance to show you the full loop here. This goes down to the spot. See, so this is the entrance to the temple then. I'm going to go back and I'm just going to read that diary that I said I forgot. Does pertain to something in the oh, there's even a tree beast there. Didn't even know that. There is the diary. For the longest time there weren't nothing to chop but piss elm. That stuff burns quicker than black powder and makes more smoke than heat, but I'm in luck. Found a small copse of red elm when I was out ranging. One chunk of that stuff will burn hot all night and keep me nice and dry. I'll sharpen my axe and head out tomorrow. Need to stop by the swamp witch's hut for more of those shrooms anyway. They smell like a burrick's arse, but the flies hate them. The smoke they give off keeps the biting bastards at bay. Maybe I'll pick up a few of those plants you wanted. She ain't purty, but it's been a while since I seen a woman. When the burrick's hungry. Almost a year since I ducked out of Dayport. Looks like Ramirez gave up the chase after all. Don't know if his boys found out I went native and figured me dead, or if me hasty distraction managed to fool him. Poor bastard I knifed at the gate has only his mum to blame for being cursed with me ugly mug. Lost me best cloak out of the deal. But it's better than sleeping with the squeals, and I still got the vase. Who'd have thought of good-for-nothing alley rat like me could carve out an existence and thrive in this here swamp? This place has a way of infecting everything. Impossible to keep out the taffing damp. Things I didn't think could rot begin to prove me wrong. It's all for naught if I don't find a dry place to stash me vase. When I was chopping down those elms, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes upon me. It made the hair of my neck stand stiff as a hammer in a brothel. But there weren't nobody about. Old hag said I probably made some old tree spirit angry. She called it a squatch or something. But methinks the damp has gotten to her old wrinkled noggin. Can't sleep. I dreamed I was floundering in the mud, trying to keep me vase above the surface. The old witch was there. She helped me out. But it was too late. Vase turned to frog slime in me hands. Then the hag was a tree, pulling me into her hollowed out trunk with gnarled fingers, and I felt warm as a coddled baby. The swamp is like a jealous mum, bringing her children back to herself. I think my mind is rotting. Found a nice place, but it's overrun with swamp craze. A festering cut. Could be death out here, so I can't risk a fight. The old hag told me about a face changer that lives somewhere in the swamp. Said he's got old magics, things to make the craze think me an old mate. Guess he ain't exactly human though, so dealing with him might be complicated. I got instructions for how to call him. Pretty wacky stuff, but I've got to get this vase out of the damp. Builder's balls. The biggest moth I've ever seen just attacked me in the garden. I managed to shut myself in the cabin, but I hope it don't figure out the curtains ain't a barrier. He's landed on the roof and keeps whispering things to me. Sometimes I can almost understand him. Some goddamn mewling thing is scraping at the door. Ain't going out tonight. Moths are gone this morning. Guess they cleared out. I'd better get me vase to a safe place before they come back. If only I could find some fire crystals. Well, it's done, and my vase is safe at last. It was really weird seeing that little creep holding my face in his hands. Don't know why anyone would want this old mug. Takes all kinds, I reckon. A few bugs and a copy of my face are a small price to pay. The place is perfect, and I can go in and out whenever I want. I couldn't ask for better guards. The Krays are vicious, efficient, and always looking to cut up anything without feelers. Best part is I don't even have to pay them. They ain't interested in my treasure neither, so I ain't gotta worry about them running off to pawn it in the night. Say, that face changer is pretty slick. I wonder if he could give me a new look to go back to the city with. Maybe something the ladies would like. I could finally get out of this godforsaken swamp and retire with a wench on each arm with Ramirez none the wiser. Just thinking of... I can see a lantern in the distance. Taff it all to hell. How? So, the face changer is then this mask that turns you into a crayman. So he has stashed his vase in the temple where all the craymen are located.
A vase, huh? I'll have to make a little room for it.
Okay. Just wanted to trigger his... trigger his cue there. Okay, so this is the entrance to the temple. Let's make a real save here. Got a fire arrow here. Let's see. There's a stationary crayman. In here is an artifact. And that's the only thing we can take on this side. If we go further here, I've never been able to do that without a first alert from that stationary crayman. So I need to enter the other way. Shouldn't be any craymen that come in here. Okay, we should be able to get through this hallway without a first alert, but that can be tough. Tell you what. We have to find an opening too in the patrol routes. But if we go straight at an angle like that, straight across. Wait for the other patroller. Go this way. Oh, okay, we should have gone further to the right there. But we should be able to do that. It's all these lamps, these magical lamps almost. Oh, okay, I could have gone further up there too, and I think we should be good here with that patroller coming. I think we should be good there. So we have there's two levels. And it extends quite a bit towards the east here. And here you got a bunch of eggs. If you hack all these eggs to pieces, you get a bonus objective. But I don't think you can do that without alerting the craymen. You can possibly do it if you... Well, you can easily do it if you destroy all the craymen. So we shouldn't get that drop there. We want to drop straight down. Because there is... the vase that the thief owns is down here. It's the stationary crayman that is seeing this. Is that a first alert? I think maybe it was. That's definitely one. We can definitely drop here without getting an alert. That we can't do. Oh, saw that too. Maybe we can actually drop between them. That's not possible. Do we actually have to go all the way over here? Didn't remember this being difficult, really. Was that a first alert? I don't think it was, but I wasn't 100% there. That wasn't one. Good. And we can use the rogue's key.
This should fetch a nice shum.
And we could take the vase. That's worth 500. So totally worth it. 2305. Sometimes, with all the stepping noises, I can't always tell if they're first alerts. Yeah, that is definitely one. Oh, okay. It's the guy on the west side that comes downstairs and then turns around again. Just have to wait him out, kind of. Good. Great. Got it there. Okay, we have to go through here now. We need something from upstairs before we can go. Okay. Couldn't tell where he was, so. This is a difficult spot. A lot of patrollers. There's at least 3, maybe 4 patrollers on this floor and a stationary one. And I think 2 more upstairs. This is the one that roams between the 2 floors also. And these lights here are just very penetrating. Oh. Yeah, it's just finding an opening is so tough here. Now they turn around again. Yeah, no. I just have to wait for them to clear out. Just wait. But I like the fact that it's designed to be able to be snuck through. Get spotted here too. Pretty safe in here though. Let's see. Button here. Secret. There's a mask behind it. Couldn't take it now, but. Oh, they close on their own. That's right. So if we head up here, we can actually get upstairs. Got to listen for if they hear alerts from those doors closing. Up here's an ornate dagger, which we will need. me just check to see that I have what I need here. I do. So here you are actually safe waiting on these little outcroppings. Right here, we're safe. Oh, we get spotted as soon as we go a little bit faster here. Oh, we got spotted by the guy downstairs. He is coming upstairs, okay. Can we maybe fool him just standing here? I think he waits right there, doesn't he? He does. That's what we needed. Oh! We got spotted at the very last second here. There, because there is a pickable chest here. And he hears the lockpicks. Okay, we have to time his patrol then to avoid that. So it's actually easier to come all the way from upstairs down here to get this one. Then we have to go back upstairs. Just follow him. I think we can wait here, though I'm gonna wait to save. Head in here. Peculiar keystone. We're gonna get that. We need that. There's a dead body here, and there's also the Firekeeper's Ritual. We have a collection of rubbings taken from the Nilbog site generations ago. The southern precursors talk of a ritual used to summon their fire lords. The inscription is below with my notes based on the accompanying glyphs. Best of luck, Ibn al-Hazar. Ritual of summoning, standing before the gate, an offering of knowledge, the spark of life. The gate appears to be some sort of throne or dais, half the height of a man. Fire was deified, perhaps a brazier. Second footnote, knowledge in this sense appears to be poured from some sort of jar or vase. It was believed that the mind and experience remained with the remains of those departed, perhaps a jar of ashes. And the third footnote, certainly a flame, the source of all life and death, according to them. So you basically need a brazier, you need ashes, and you need to light this on fire, and we have the flint and steel. But we're not gonna actually do this, because this is what summons the fire elementals, which is an alternate way to get rid of all the enemies here. P.S. There's one more thing of note in the glyphs. The ritual appears to be performed by a figure known as the Fire Keeper. He is easily distinguished from the other figures by a prominent amulet, which appears to keep the Fire Lords at bay. So there is an amulet that you can wear or have or use, and then the Fire Elementals won't attack you, I think. I haven't experimented too much with this because it's not a viable ghost option. So I'm not going to take that, but I did take the keystone here, right? There. Okay, let's make a real save here, because we have actually gotten quite a bit. So now we have to go back across to the east side here. And he is right there. Stand here. We can. Actually go over like that. And then we'll have to be able to go all the way over this way, but we can do that quite effectively, I think. Might not be able to make it all the way here. Yeah, there's the other secret, but I think that we are going to probably hang out here. We're not 100% so well, we might be safe here. I'm not sure. Yeah, we are. Turns to his right, which is perfect. Can't go fast because the other guy is stationary on that side. And now the one downstairs can get us. Careful, because this room lights up. There's some kind of a chalice or grail here. This door closes on its own. We can go in here. Check 28, 25. Yep. Alrighty. So this is then one of the rooms that the ritual talked about. There is a brazier there that you have to light up, and you have to get something that you put in it to light it up first. So I'll show you what that is. But here is a hole. So we have the flint and steel, which we're going to use somewhere else. We don't have what we put in the brazier, but that's really all you need, because this is one of two places where you can summon fire elementals that the shaman talked about. There's one other place that you can do that. I'll show you that as well. Head in here. Oh wow. Where are we needing to go? Is it here? Okay, I might be off here and where we're supposed to go. Oh. Yeah. This area here can be a little bit confusing, but there is a... There's a piece of loot in here. Yep, a ring under here. This is back out to the main foyer. First came in. I'm gonna go there. Go in this room, and there is a small statue. Okay. Over here is a room where there is a regenerative water arrow. And that's very nice because once you trigger the fire elementals, if you need to put them out or kill them, then you need a continual supply of those so you don't run out. So that's just a way to ensure that you don't get stuck, or it's not overly difficult at least. So we're going to head back in here. We're going to head up to the north room. There. Oh, that was behind me. So you can stay in between the two doors, or between the two rooms, and stay dark, but as soon as you enter... Here is a chest. Pick, and they might hear it if they come close. That actually got us to the 3,000 loot total. 3075. That one was worth 100. Gonna head in here. This is where we were before. A crumbling diary. I'm gonna read that in a little bit, but we're gonna open... No. The ancient key is gonna open this, or we can find an ancient lantern. Lock that back up. And let's actually go in here because I think we should be safe in here. Yeah. So the ancient lantern we're going to use to open Eldin's tomb. That's why we needed the ancient key, but we have to return that key. We found it just outside in the upper room, outside the entrance to the tomb or to the temple. Let's read that ancient or crumbling diary, because that's the last one that we can sell to Sir, what was his name? Embry. We can talk to him again and get money for this. Hammerheads bees calling me a liar, but my kin bees there in them sunshiny days of Eldin the Killer. Hims and them metal man fools bees the slayer of all that bees green and goodsy. Not so grim was the world as they bees having it. Woodsy Lord did rules us all, but mostly left us bees. His beasts bees roaming the land, but they bees not harm us woodsy folk so long as we bees keeping the old ways. Keeps we the old ways still. This temple was once a woodsy place. A great tree grew here honoring our woodsy king. Later fire-handed man-fools, he's cutting it down to make them a place to worship their fiery lords. They knows not what they ask for, and ruin falls soon after. Now we keeps it a goodsy place against the cold, and puts we up a statue of our lord. Eldin curses ever bees upon him. Takes he his iron army, and he smashes the woodsy one. Our precious lord thrown down to crawlsy away and hide. Never we bees forgetting that. Eldin be is long gone now, poisoned by the woodsy one as he fell. A long and creepsy killer it was. Years it took to slay the giant, just as he deserved. Now I has rallied the beasts against Nilbog. I has struck down them hammerheads and drives them out. We cursed and sealed the tomb with magics. Only I bees opening it with this lantern, locked away and safe. Only I has the key. Scattered we the bones of his men, and now they wander lost. He and they bees forever guarding this land from the vile hammerheads, long after we dies. Nobody's comes now to weep for Eldin the Butcher. There bees a rumbling in the distance all day today, but sees I no clouds. The The southern tower is giving me a clear view tonight. So this is obviously a hint where the ancient key is found. It was in the southern tower. This book was in the same room as the safe was in. So it's logical to think that the writer of this diary had the ancient key at some point then. Okay, we're gonna head down to the basement crypts. There's an artifact. Here's a gold nugget. I think he comes through here soon. Artifact. There's nothing in this room, but then we can go into the furnace area where the corpses are sort of prepared for burial. And here is a necklace, total 3415. The crayman has stopped just outside here. Here is a urn of ashes, urn of sacred ashes. There are 2 of these, and you can use those on both of the braziers, and that is what you light up to spawn the fire elementals. We are not going to do that to either of the braziers, so we're not going to pick up any of those, but I wanted to show you where they were. Let's follow this guy. Now head into the inner temple.
Looks like some kind of keystone fits here.
This one. Takes a little bit before this opens. Okay. So here we have some kind of a throne room or inner temple of some sort. So here we have 2 collapsed chambers. Here's a mask that we can pick up. 3465. Now here comes a problem for us. I'll explain. We are going to go up to an upper room here, and when we pull a lever, that will open this throne room gate, but it'll also spawn several enemies in here. I think 5 enemies in this very room. Once we approach the gate, these 2 braziers will light up. I'm not sure if it's just detecting our presence or something. It's not an alert or anything like that. So lighting these braziers up is not a bust of any kind, but of course it's a problem because we can't enter the throne room without getting caught. So what we can actually do is, well, we could put them out because we are causing them to light up because it's our proximity to this that triggers it. So we can put them out with the 2 water arrows that we have. We have 3 from the beginning, so 2 of them we can use. But the enemies in here will hear that. So that's why we're actually going to do this now. We're going to approach this right now and then put out those flames. Because then they will not light back up again, and we will have a darker room to deal with. There will still be more light in here, But those two at least won't light up, so we can get into the throne room and get the loot in there. There's quite a bit of loot. So that is not a bust. It's not a bust to put out lights that we ourselves caused or triggered. So now I come up here. Here seems to be something that's missing something. That's what the ornate dagger is for. So that actually opens the door without us pulling it as a lever in a way. So if we take it now, we actually get it as loot. 3565. Don't think I've seen that before. That type of method there. Here's the other brazier that you can light up, and that also triggers fire elementals. Here's some kind of a crucifix, 3665. And there is a chest here that we can pick open. There we go. Statue. Now, this is the Firekeeper's amulet. This, if I mentioned earlier that the Firekeeper's ritual sort of protects you from the fire elementals, I think this is what protects you. Anyone in the comments can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I didn't experiment too much with it because it was not something I was ever going to do for Ghost. So I'm not going to pick this up. I don't need it. So I'm not going to do that. Now here is a switch for the throne room gates, and I actually missed this on my first 2 times through the mission. It was only the 3rd time I visited this room that I saw this, so this was very well hidden. It's just dark, there's no lights coming on in here, so I did not see this. Actually, let's make a real save before we head down there, because this is a tough area. Now you can hear people, or enemies at least, walking around. So there are 2 patrolling golems, I guess they are. And then there are 3 stationary enemies. It's pretty dark in here since we haven't since we already put out those lights there. But once we walk into this room, the lights in the ceiling will trigger. That's what's difficult. So we're going to do this now. If we do this and stay back here, we should actually be safe. This is the other urn. $43.05. There was a helmet, an artifact statue, 2 regular artifacts, a diamond, and a rug. Okay. As long as we get out of the room here, we will get dark. Yeah. So there we go. We did that. So that's really how you do it for Supreme. Now the problem, of course, is that we have to leave. We have to go between these 2 guys here to do that. I'm actually going to make another real save. I know that's going to make it a test save. That's a perfect spot to be in. we can't do that. Oh. But that turn that they did there is what we want. We want them both to turn away so that we can sneak in between them and then wait. We want to wait over here for our opportunity. And this might take a little while. This is just a matter of waiting here. Waiting for our chance. This guy here needs to turn away for sure. Okay, okay. They both see me there. There wasn't too much in that. Okay, we did it. Oh. We didn't get caught there either, right? Nope, she's not. It's not a second level alert here. Okay, we have to wait here for that crayman to come. I'm gonna save it because I have a real save that I can go back on. We are basically now going to head upstairs again. See that those 3 stationary ones there, they don't first alert. Okay. Which is very good. We're gonna head up here again. Let me just check. Whoa. I don't know where that alert came from, but... At least you hear the alerts from the crayman pretty clearly. Sometimes when enemies don't give alerts, then you might even trigger a second alert without even knowing about it. Let's go here, we're safe here. We just need to head out now, basically. Oh, no. That crayman was stationary. They don't give first alerts, but I'm pretty guaranteed that I got a spot there. Didn't really know where he was. I wish there was a way to jump over here, but I don't think there is. Let's just go slow. Oh, unfortunately, we do have to go through the temple a couple more times. But next time won't be that difficult. Wait here then. Oh, we don't want to be here on this side. Okay. Good. Okay, that warrants a real save. Now we are done with the temple first time through. Okay, so we are now going to head through these caves. So we're going from the temple to the caves. From here you can go to 2 locations. Or actually 3. So this is... I guess this is the Lost Expedition area. But we're first going to go to Eldin's tomb, and then this is the Moth hive, where we can complete that last objective there. So this set of caves here can be a little bit confusing maybe the first time through. There is a central cave with the spider. We're not going to go through there first. Around that middle cave is just a circular cave system, but there's one side cave up here. And that's the first one we're going to take. There. And that takes us to Eldin's tomb. So there is a... bug swarm there. And it just, I think it just goes back and forth over in that area. Yeah. And then we can climb down here. There is a, in the water, there is a snake over here in the, among the pads there.
Well, that's the tomb, all right. Sealed shut, of course. There must be a way to get that door open.
That might almost have been an alert. So, it said the map has been updated. Some arrows, I'll show you those.
Well, that's the tomb, all right. Sealed shut, of course. There must be a way to get that door open.
So now you can see that there's arrows here. I don't know why this arrow's on, because this takes us to the hive, and that's not what we found. But anyway. Yeah, so now we got spotted actually by the snake. Whoa. Oh, wow. Did we actually get caught there without me knowing? We did. Okay, well, good thing that I just saved. Very, very good. So this should be fairly easy. Okay, I probably got caught actually by that spider there without me hearing it. Yeah. Sure did. You know what? Let's go the other way. So then we can go up here. Well, let's not actually go through the light there. Let's go...
Well, that's the tomb, all right. Sealed shut, of course. There must be a way to get that door open.
Do that. So here's a pedestal. Here's the shut doors. And there is a statue with a skull on it. Well, we have a lantern skull. Or a skull lantern, I guess. Okay, now we get a new objective. Well, first see that here is Eldin in his current form. So now, Sir Eldin's ghost appears to be cursed. Find a way to break the curse and free his spirit. Okay. So... break a curse usually includes something that we need to bless. So here's blessed water. Let's drop that in there. That completes the objective. Let's talk to him.
You are the one who broke the curse. What do you seek, friend?
Are you Sir Eldin?
I am. Or at least, I think I was a long time ago. My mind is clouded with the trickster's vile magic. Why did you come here?
I seek to recover your sword, Sir Eldin.
Ah, Godbreaker. Yes. I should have known. It is yours, friend. Please take it as a gift for ridding me of the curse. But I'm afraid it's lost its edge of late. Wielded by my wicked hands, the righteous blade was sapped of all the fiery wrath it once possessed.
Fiery wrath, you say? Huh.
Ah, it's coming back to me now. If you could have only seen it, high upon the hilltop with Godbreaker aloft, I came crashing down upon the trickster's shadowy legions like the builder's hammer upon the anvil of the world. Ah, none could stand before me, not even the trickster himself.
Yes, I've heard the stories.
Not mere stories, Ren. The world changed that day. No longer would men cower and scrape before the minions of the woodsy demon. I climbed his cigarette. My knights and enemies lie broken upon the steps, but I climb on like an avatar of the sun. I threw him down, and he cowered before me. I tore the bramble crown from his head and clove him in twain.
That explains the goat legs.
Yes. Despite my defiance, the trickster endured and crawled into a dark hole somewhere. After my death, his cowardly priests found my tomb. They cursed me and the weapon that threw down their master. Then they cursed the tombs of my loyal knights, turning them into wraiths that are always searching for me. Searching, but never finding.
I think I've come across them. Lost souls with witch-like lanterns.
Yes, my men still wander this festering bog. Thanks to you, they are all that remain of the trickster's curse. If you can find and bless their remains with the water from my fountain, you can break their curse as well. Take heed, friend. They will harm you if they can. Once all the curses are broken, I will use my remaining influence to bring Godbreaker to its former glory, before I retire to the halls of the Builder.
Splendid. We've got a deal then. I'll be back.
Builder be with you.
Okay, so we got a new objective now. Uncurse all of Eldin's knights by blessing their remains with water from the fountain. Then return to the tomb for the sword. So that is how we get the sword. We have to go to each of the knights. And did I point that one of those out earlier? If not, there's one right outside of the tomb here. So what we can do is we can use the empty vial. And we get 4 blessed waters, one for each of these. Now we actually have to bless the bones of the knights. Here's one of them. I'm not sure if they actually see anything. Maybe they actually do. We just want to stay away from them, basically. We want to find the bones, which is, there's one pile of bones near each knight. So there's one in the southwestern section of this swamp here. So they have sort of a randomized pattern-ish. The snake is still over here, okay. There we go. So the drop that you heard was just the lantern that they carry that fall into the water, because the knight disappeared, or the invisible... Wow. The invisible... enemy. Oh. We did it now, okay. Wow. Didn't I come up here earlier? This is a little bit strange. So they actually attack without seeing you. It's there by touch they attack you. Gotcha. I guess that makes sense. Now it went all over there, okay. Okay, so then it can see you, kind of. Oh yeah, I should say that in the... there is a pitcher plant at the very other end of this swamp, and there is a gas arrow in that as well. That's the only other thing in this swamp. So now we can go back, and now we're going to go into that... to the spider. Spider cave, and here is another cave. Now if you make a right here, this junction, you come up to the Lost Expedition Swamp, which I guess is this one. But you come to the lower section. If you go around this sort of peninsula here, you can come an alternate way to the Moth hive. You go around and there's a cave on the other side, but there is a knight here, but this knight's remains are on the top plateau. So that's where we want to be. So we want to make a left here instead. Go up this way. Come to an empty cave. So here we have another pitcher plant with a gas arrow. There's also some remains here, bone remains. There's also a fire arrow back there, if you want that. Now we come to the plateau that we saw from below earlier. So let's go through that. And in here, we have dead hammerite. Here's an explosive charge. We're going to take that. Did we get spotted there? So the rosary is here. Yeah, it seems like we get spotted here. If they change their sort of patrol pattern. Or did they just get attracted to us by, like, default or something? What's going on here? Okay. There's also another insect here. You can maybe see that. This way. Well, it's not following me or anything, but they have a little bit of a randomized patrol pattern, these bug swarms. Yeah. So here we have the... Now we want to get the jar of bugs here. Whoa. Sorry, getting slowdowns. There. I got it. Okay, so I took here an explosive charge, the old rosary, I freed the knight, and I got the fourth and final bug. So we have 4 bugs now. That matches with the list that we read, doesn't it? If we go in here, if we go this way, we come to a small plateau right across from the peninsula that we were on. We're not going to go that way, we're going to go this way. Brings us up to another... That sounded maybe like it could be an alert, I'm not sure. Come up to another cave with another knight. We can free. There's the third one. And then we come to the Moth hive. Let's make a real save here. So we have one more knight to free, and he is over by the entrance to the pagan village, Glimmer Grove. Whoa! I'm in complete darkness here, and what is going on here? Okay, I guess just by proximity they damaged me. So now it changed its patrol pattern, so I guess that means it saw me. No. So this is a new enemy. Those are the moths, and these are the sort of the moth beasts almost. Yeah, this one's still going in the same. But that could have been an alert. The other, I've never heard that remark before. That weird remark that was made. So let's be a little bit safer here. Maybe that's why it's going away from me now. So this has an entrance to the moth hive underground. It's in the tree there. Come on. I knew that this area would be difficult, but I didn't know that I would have trouble from these bug swarms, of all things. Yeah, that's an alert. You can hear that. There are 2 pieces of loot down in the moth hive. We don't have to worry too much about those right now because we are just going to go down there.
I don't like the look of this one bit.
We need to go down and rescue Twig and blow up the place. And our objectives. One of the loot items is right here. The necklace. Occasionally, these guys here get stuck. So you can sometimes do that, or free them up by, yeah, by doing that. Saving and reloading. They actually frequently get stuck. Here's Twig. Or the pagan child, as it's called. I would like to go up that way. Actually, let's bring the girl up here. Drop her there. Twig, is that a boy or a girl? I don't know. So here is where we're going to place the...
This fuse should give me enough time to make it out if I don't dawdle.
There, luckily everything is dark in here. So we created a fuse now. And I want to make a real save. And then we can light the fuse with the flint and steel. We have not too much time. Let's see, what way should we go here? Probably want to go the other way. This is also the dark way. What's very annoying now is that this guy has gotten stuck. So then we almost want to go back up and unstick him before we light up the fuse. What we can actually do, we can bring the child over here before we do that. Save and reload, let's try that. I can see what's going on here, but okay, well if this guy is stuck here continually, let's try to save and reload one more time and see what's going on. Yeah, that looks like it's... I cannot get out of here, so then we have to... Okay. We can't have that. We just can't. So we have to find our way back into the hive then and try this over again. I honestly did not know that you die just by touching those things.
I don't like the look of this one bit.
Okay, so we want to save it here then. Let's just try to do this a little bit quickly.
This fuse should give me enough time to make it out if I don't dawdle.
Okay, that was actually very easy once we got it done. What was that? Is there a reason why we lost health there suddenly? Why did we lose any health? There's no... Oh wow, okay. Did we get followed by something? Have to be quicker here. I might have actually gotten spotted and followed by that guy. Now I was too fast for it to see me. And now it gets stuck. There we go. We got it. So that in one instant, all of the moths and the moth beasts, or whatever they're called, got killed. So that's why this is not a bust, and it's directly instructed in the objectives. Use the explosives to wipe out the hive, right? So that's, yeah. Now we can go back down, we can get the other piece of loot down here, which I think is this way. Yeah. A ring right here. 4480. And then there is one piece of loot, actually, in these ruins over here. One of those owl statues, 4530. Go. So now we can actually head all the way back to Glimmer Grove. Because we're going to deliver Twig, we're going to sell the book to Eldin. We are going to free the fourth knight that's there. And then we're going to come back and actually pick up Godbreaker. That's the last thing we're going to do. We're going to do a couple of things before that. Now a lot closer. Let's make it a real save there. Now we can actually drop down here. We can, but we have to go along the wall, and I think that since that other... I'm still holding the child, I know that, but... We have to go along the wall and then go over here, and then we can drop, if we drop very, very slowly. But we can do that to get out. We have to also return the rosary. So we can drop here. Like that. And then we can head out, and then we're back on track to Glimmer Grove. Some more slowdowns. Here. There we go. That uncursed all of the knights, Eldin's knights. They see through the trees, and you can hear when they There we go. Hello. Let's first deliver the child, shall we?
Twig! Sneaksy, you did it! How can Hawthorne ever pay? I have no golds or city head things. Wait, I knows. There be's the shiny stone Twiggers found. Forgetting it till now's. Here, you takers it. Maybe it be's getting you lots of gold. Oh, Twigsies, my little plumsy.
Good. Okay, so our reward was a blue stone. Some kind of sapphire, maybe. It's worth 300. Okay. Then we can go here, and let's sell him the book first.
Oh, this appears to be a pagan account written during the years of the sun. How interesting. It's sure to be a rather scathing read. I can hardly wait. Here's some gold.
Thy will shalt be done, Master Builder, in the great things. Thy will
And then
shalt
finally...
That was the last of my gold, brother. I'm sure you'll put it to better use than I could out here.
'Tis not enough.
Oh, brother, thank you for returning Abel's rosary. 'Tis a good deed you have done.
Builder, let thy plan take.
So that checked off the rosary and return it. So the only thing we have left to do
Form in me.
is
Builder,
actually
let thy
one
hammer
piece of
strike
loot.
me and grant me shape, and wilt I not flinch or cry out? Builder, I submit to thy
That
forge.
is worth 300, so that'll take us to 5230, which is the max. Let's just go through the... We're going to use this. We're going to return that. I actually didn't look at this. I forgot that we had it. I don't think I did anyway. This is a very, very nice map showing Nilbog and where we are now compared to everything else in this world. This has no real purpose for this mission alone, but I'm sure that this will be the area maybe that we are in, perhaps, in the overall universe that maybe takes place in the Broken Goddess. That's just me speculating, but of course, Random Taffer can, maybe Marble Man can chime in on that if they see this. But yeah, it's Sirik, Bon, the city, Eastern Forest, Blackbrook, the Inner Sea, Western Mountains. So those are the... Reminds me a little bit of some of the Middle Earth maps from Lord of the Rings, of course, from Tolkien's work. I've not read the books, but I have seen the movies. So I know for a fact that Random Taffer is a big Tolkien fan, so... The Rogue's Key we're going to return. Cell Key we can't return. Ancient Key we're going to return. Yeah, so we are on our way here. Let's see, I think we're first, actually, going to return the Ancient Key. We certainly don't need the Ancient Key anymore. That was the one that worked on the safe where we got the Ancient Lantern from. See our friend the Burrick again. And here we can drop that. Over here somewhere. Was it in his hand? I don't think that really matters, but somewhere around there. There. So now we have to head back and go back up. No, go back up here, right? So now we have to return the Rogue's Key and the Flint and Steel. Rogue's Key to the windowsill and the Flint and Steel to that. to the shelf. Are these guys again?
I don't like this place at all. It's just walking around.
So, so I guess the guy over there, I don't know if I understood that earlier, but the guy over there, the diary in the hut, I thought about this, the diary in the hut here is probably not that thief's diary, it's the guy over here. Isn't he the one who owns the hut? Or maybe it's the guy that is dead down there. Because the diary talked about the face changer, right? And this guy has gotten the crayman mask from the face changer, I believe. That actually reminds me. Something that I never showed you guys. Let me show you that actually right away. Very beginning of the mission. Let me show you this. No, it's not in this one. It's in one of the buildings here. I'm turned around. Sorry. Oh, jeez. It's probably in this building, actually. Go up here. Look outside the window. Here is almost like a Bigfoot character. And if you jump out, he actually runs off and disappears. But he is a lot taller than a normal person, so I think he's supposed to be a Bigfoot character. Is he maybe the one that's referred to as the face changer in that diary? I am not sure, but I think that ties in with some of the mythology that's sort of described in this. Oh, come on. Why can't I do this? I'm gonna save now. I don't know if I should have done that. There we go. Okay. Flint and steel we can return easily enough. The rogue key, we got to be a little bit more alert. Or on alert. We got it. Didn't get any alerts from anybody here. The rogue key I put perfectly on the windowsill. You can't put it on top of the pot, so you have to put it. It just falls through the pot. So you have to actually put it on the sill somewhere. I don't really know where that We have to go in behind the shed now.
My overshoes, where did I... Is that you?
Oh. Oh. There. Now we want to go into the cave. And this is where we can then offer up the bug jar. See. Have I missed something here now? No? Is there maybe one more I'm missing here? Let me check real quick if maybe I've missed something. Alright, so I had a little problem resuming the video recording there, so I'm just shooting it to say that I realized that I forgot to pick up one of the bugs, so I'm on my way now, and you'll see a cut in the video at this time of one of the bugs. And it's the one way back in Nilbog, of all places. Oh, got spotted by the tree beasts. Go slower here. Yeah. It's been a long mission. Yeah, I never picked up I think it's a butterfly. I think maybe I got distracted because of the interactions between the tree beast back there and the fighting monkey man, or the monkey man that was running away from the bug beast swarms, but there is a butterfly back there. We need 5 bugs. When I saw the 4 number, I was like, doesn't sound right. Whoa. There is the butterfly, actually, so it's going to come around here soon. It's like the bug swarms are attracted to me somehow. Oh, come on. This is the safest place to get the butterfly. It should be over here. There it is. Yeah. These are not alerts, because I'm dark here, completely dark here. Walking around here is not lighting me up at all. So this bug beast here is now giving just idle sounds, like any guards would whisper and stuff like that, because it's now been woken up from slumber. So that's what tree beasts do. Without recording, I went and experimented a little bit with him and to listen for alerts, because I don't think I've come across like stationary tree beasts after they're woken up, because normally if they wake up it's because we alert them. But now that they got alert by some kind of random happenstance, then it's not our fault, but we have to deal with them after the fact. So I don't think I've been, like, that's one of the beauties of this game here, compared to other games that I've played, is that it doesn't matter how many times you play Thief. I mean, granted this is a fan mission, so fan missions have custom content, but I've played this game since 1998, which is 27 years. And there are still things that I discover. And not about the custom content. Tree beasts are in the original game, so something that I could have run into before, but I haven't. So everything you discover is just an additional bit of knowledge and info. Okay, now we have a jar full of bugs. I should have seen that. It's of course it's called that. Oh. Put here. And that should transport us to elsewhere. That's right. This does transport us elsewhere. Some kind of otherworldly place. There are no enemies here except for gravity itself. There, let's see. Where are we gonna go first? So here is a picture of... Actually, this is a scene from Mission 4. No, Mission 3. The next mission. Where we are in the background there. Delivering Godbreaker. Are we heading down here? I think we are. Fire arrow. Actually, 2 fire arrows. And a loot item, and that's a secret. That's the last loot, 5230. So this is a Cthulhu statue. Which is sort of a Lovecraftian realm, isn't it? H.P. Lovecraft. Which I haven't delved too much into that lore at all. I know, again, I know Random Teffer's a big fan of that. But isn't the original Thief lore also, of course, inspired by H.P. Lovecraft. I think that there's something that resembles a Cthulhu statue in the Lost City, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. This just spins around in a circle. A little island here in the middle. I believe so. I believe there is a... And here's another... Yep. This is also mission 4. This is from the cathedral that we're going to go to. And the here's some healing fruits. I think there's 3 or 4 of them here. Okay, another one. Here, there's one. This one more somewhere else. 4 in total. The witch had a crystal ball that could see into the next mission, or mission 4. So there's some kind of time travel thing going on here. I love time travel stuff. So I know there's not. Oh, I know there's nothing of that at work right here, but there's hints to it. So now we actually come to the exit, which takes us back to the temple, and that is actually very good because. Because that's where we need to go there in order to get back to Eldin's tomb. So all we need to do now, basically, is get Godbreaker and get home. Essentially, that's it. That's essentially what we need to do. Get Godbreaker and get our butts home. Oh, whoa. How did he see me there? Okay, I know that you can actually mantle and then stay in the dark there. Oh, I don't know if he spotted me because he stopped right then. There we go. Now we can go back to the tomb. And let's go this way just to be safe. So there's some kind of significance, obviously, between these shape shift. Oh my! This is where I hate the Dark Engine. Between the shapeshifter, the witch, there's another witch, and an item in mission 4 that doesn't have a very, very big purpose in this campaign, but I'm sure and hoping that it kind of will. in Broken Goddess. I'm at least interested to see if it does. I'll mention that more when we play the mission, but... Snake is still over there.
Marcus, Laird, Fergus, Boyd, Builder be praised. It's good to see your faces again.
What are your orders, Lord Eldin?
The war's over, men. Let us leave this place and go to the Builder's halls of glory.
For sun and sword.
My men and I thank you, friend. Take Godbreaker and smite the trickster's legions wherever you may find them. Knights, we ride.
Then
Quite the find. I'm a bit tempted to keep this for my shelf.
that is the last objective. Awesomeness is what that is. Check one more time. Yeah, we have returned everything we can return. Yeah, we're good. Okay, just to make our way home. Now what I do want to do when I come all the way back to Nilbog, I want to check to see if the crayman still is intact down there. Okay. It should be dark here. Oh well, obviously not if we take out Godbreaker. So Godbreaker kind of has the opposite effect of Karos Drag does in the Midnight Murkbell, where it makes you darker. Now it makes you brighter. There we go. Almost home free. Hopefully. Hopefully. So again, we can't return the crates. So there basically are two busts in this mission, but it's in the same area, so we'll maybe group them together as one. So yeah, what an awesome mission this is. I love these I love the missions that are just so thick in world building and lore writing, and it just creates a universe all on its own, almost this mission by itself. And, you know, with missions 3 and 4, which we're obviously going to play together in one. And it just sets up my anticipation for the Broken Goddess so much more. Which I believe is, I think it originally was a 10 mission campaign, but I think now it's 13. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think it is. Let's go up here and check first. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. How did that happen?
Who's there?
So now we have a big problem here. Okay. Well then, okay. So unfortunately this is going to end up being a ghost bust because of that. Because we did indeed not manage to block them. But in my last playthrough, I was able to do it. My play test run. I was able to ghost the mission. When I came back here at the end of the mission, I tested and he was still stuck, and I ended the mission without them actually fighting. So that happens, I guess. That has never happened so far. I've played it twice before, and both of the times, but the first time I wasn't ghosting, but I tested the method. But the second time I was ghosting. So in my ghost report, written report, I'm still going to claim the perfect thief success, but I can't do that for this run. So that's a little bit of anticlimactic, but I showed you guys the method and that works. I guess you just got to be a little bit lucky then, or not unlucky, which in this case. Yeah, so that kind of sucks for our video here, but that doesn't really matter. Per se. I can't claim a success, of course, and I won't do that, but let's actually go back here. We gotta end the mission at least. So that's just him stomping around. No, we started at the other end of the map, didn't we? Over here. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So that, unfortunately, ended up being a failed ghost run in the end. So I cannot claim what I thought and hoped would be a perfect thief run. Ultimately, because we ended up releasing the crayman. We tried blocking him with 2 crates, which I have done successfully before. So I have been able to perfect thief this mission, but I couldn't show you that today, unfortunately. That doesn't change the fact that this is an amazing mission. We also then took 2 supreme busts in that. One is that we blocked an enemy, at least for part of the time, which you are not allowed to do because it's an engine exploit, and we did not return the crates, which I guess I could have done now after the fact, but what's the point in that? So you can, of course, just skip that and take the first alert when you close Grimroot's cell or just not close the cell door and get a bust that way, whatever is your preference. But that's what we have. Okay, so here are all the objectives except for the one where you, if you destroy all the eggs of the crayman, and also we did not choose to get the optional, the shaman's objective of destroying everybody at the temple, because that would have been a further ghost bust. So that took us 2 hours and 22 minutes and 30 seconds. We got all the loot, but then still couldn't claim the perfect thief success for this run. We picked 2 pockets out of 2. We picked 7 locks, no backstabs, no knockouts. Nothing and nobody killed. The bodies discovered by enemies is definitely the dead ratman when he got killed by the bug beasts that alerted the tree beast and everything else. We got all the secrets. That's great. So total time is 2 hours, 52 minutes, 41 seconds, and 92 loot. Okay. Maybe a little bit anticlimactic at the end there, not to get the perfect thief, but really, I am honest when I'm saying that it's the run and doing my best. This is the best possible run I could do under the circumstances. So it is what it is. Next time, we are actually going to go to the dark mod. I have been away from the dark mod for probably about 1.5 years. So I want to go back to the dark mod, and we're going to play the first Penny Dreadful mission. That's a 3-mission series that I've always wanted to play. I've played the first mission and half of the second one. But we're going to, after the first one, we're going to go back and finish this campaign. And then we are going to play A Thief's Training by Snake, because that was the chosen mission when Scanner actually won the Thief Ambiance competition. His selected suggestion, A Thief's Training, got by far the most votes. So that we're going to do, but we're going to finish this campaign first and then go to Thief's Training. One other announcement. I have started playing Thief 3. I have played the first 2 missions and the first City Hub mission. And I mean, it's not as bad as I originally thought or originally experienced when I played it, years and years ago. It looks very good. I definitely have some complaints about it, but I'm gonna not mention those until I played the whole game. I'm not gonna say anything about whether I am gonna make a video series or not. I'm gonna make that decision once I have the complete picture of the game. I know there are some good missions in there. I don't think the first 2 missions are very good. But I know there's some good ones coming up. And a good thing is that I think the ghost rules are fairly easy to implement. I don't think there's going to be any problems there. I think it's a fairly clear-cut case. So for that matter, it's not going to be a problem to play it. But if I don't like the game overall, I'm not going to sort of almost torture myself through it. It wouldn't be a torture, but you know what I mean. So we'll get back to that. I'll give you some updates for every recording I make. I'll let you know how far I've gotten on that one. But yeah, it's an okay game, and I think it'll get better. So until the next time, thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Okay, so just a little bit of a bonus right after the end. I discovered this just 5 minutes after ending the recording. I went to a previous save game, this one right here, and then ran back to Nilbog to see if this whole crayman death thing ended earlier. And now, look what happened. I now found the crayman. It seems like this is the end of its patrol. It actually got out without getting killed and without killing anybody, and ended up in this position here. Now normally it would end up fighting the 2 ratmen that are here. But because the ratman that normally is on this side had gotten killed by the bug beast. No, by the bug swarm. It probably got lured over when the patrolling ratman died. So this ratman here is no longer present. So this crayman now stations himself here and is not getting spotted by this ratman. So now you actually have a scenario where we technically could have Supreme Ghosted this mission. Because we could have freed the crayman and it would not have killed anybody and not gotten killed. So if that happens, you can actually successfully Supreme Ghost the mission. So that's the scenario that we're in right now. I'm not going to do that, but I'm reporting that it's possible. If you are super lucky. That was probably him seeing. No. So I guess maybe he is seeing the crayman occasion. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. So here they're going to get into a fight here. Okay. So. Alright. Well, then we got to see that as well. Then we got to refute my original claim that Supreme is possible. It's not, because this. The wisp is occasionally going to end up in this area. They swarm all over the place. So if they do, then this guy will get killed. If you end the mission before the wisp gets here, maybe you can do it. I'm not sure. I'm not going to replay anything and take a chance on that, but now you got to see part of this. I'm going to stay away from this guy. All right, so there you have a little bonus addition there to explore a little bit further about this. Anyway, now I'm ending the video. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.